I call this meeting of the Granbury Independent School District to order.
Test. Test 1, 2. Can you hear that, Lisa? Test.
I call this meeting of the Granbury Independent School District to order. The meeting, the quorum is present. The meeting has been duly called, and notice the meeting has been published in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. Dr. Glenn.
Thank you, Madam President. Just one quick item of business before we go into closed session that we'll take up in open session later. Before you have the ballots for the Region 11 board seats, and so you can just you can mark those whenever we get to that action item, and then you'll submit them to the board secretary, who should have an envelope. Is that correct, Ms. Score? And then we'll submit them in. So.
This board will now adjourn into executive session pursuant to the following sections: 551-071. Oh no. 551-072, discussion of purchase, exchange, lease, or value of property. 551-073. Let me start over. 551-074 and 551-076. 551-074, discussion of officers, employees, and personnel matters. 551-076, consider the deployment, specific occasions for implementation of security personnel or devices. The time is now 5:01.
know somebody up here, though.
Say 30.
The time is now 6 o'clock. The time is now 6 o'clock. We will reconvene in an open session. We want to welcome all of you here tonight. It was a great weekend and a great week to be a pirate, and we are glad to have you, everyone, here tonight. At this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Wimberly to open the meeting.
Pray with me, please. Gracious Heavenly Father, we ask for your guidance and wisdom as we gather here this evening to make decisions that will impact our schools and community. Help us approach our discussions with open minds and hearts and always put the needs of our children first. Bless us with the courage to make difficult choices that may be necessary and do so with grace and compassion. We pray for your continued guidance and support as we work to create positive changes for GISD. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
At this time, we want to welcome, let's see who's here. Mambrino Kindergarten.
Trustees and Dr. Leah, it is my honor as the principal at Mambrino to introduce Asa Jones to you this evening. Asa is a kindergartner at Mambrino in Mrs. Carissa Glenn's class. He is supported by his proud parents, Jacob and Summer Jones, and he has quite the cheering section over here on the side, so we're really excited they were all here. Asa, would you like to say good evening to the board?
Hello.
All right, please stand and join us for the pledges. Ready? Say the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for the Texas Pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you.
At this time, we go into the achievement spotlight, and we'll go right back to Ms. Beausoleil. Dr. Glenn.
Asa is quite popular this evening. It is my honor to present Mr. Asa Jones for an achievement spotlight. Asa is the son of Jacob and Summer Jones, and he is a kindergartner at Mambrino. On March 2nd, Asa was sitting at his lunch table when he noticed a friend in his class was struggling to breathe. He quickly got up and notified Officer Bobby, who also helps with lunch duty, and he was able to relieve the choking. Because of Asa's quick response, the Indian Harbor Fire Department came to Mambrino and recognized him as an honorary member. He and his classmates even got to explore on the fire truck. They were the envy of the entire campus. Asa is an extraordinary example of love and leadership, and he has made Mambrino and his family very proud. Please join me in congratulating Mr. Asa Jones and his heroic activity.
We have Ace's parents here. Great job. Outstanding. Thank you, Mrs. Beaujolais. At this time, our Unified Champion Schools and Unified Robotics presentation will be taken care of by Sandy Sermonari and Wade Wilcox.
Good evening. I'm thrilled to be here to present Wade Wilcox. He's our representative from Special Olympics and the Unified Champion Schools. He's going to do a quick overview of the program. Then we're going to talk about a pilot program that we launched this year.
Awesome. Good evening, everyone. Again, my name is Wade Wilcox. I work for Special Olympics Texas, specifically on the Unified Champion Schools program. Several schools here in Granbury ISD have adopted this program, really run with it, and done something really awesome. And so just want to give a quick overview of kind of what that is. And so, like a lot of the great things, it all started with a problem, a really big problem. Today, in the United States, there's 3.5 million people with disabilities living here in Texas. They face a lot of problems that the general population doesn't have to. A third of the population, the ID population, lives in poverty. They have a high unemployment rate. And the bottom statistic here you'll see is really terrible to read, honestly. But people with ID, their life expectancy is usually 16 years premature compared to the gen ed population. And so being in Special Olympics, that just didn't sit well with the organization. They wanted to find a way to be able to combat some of these terrible things happening in our communities. And so obviously, like a lot of great things, it starts with schools. And so that's where our purpose comes in with Special Olympics Unified Champion Schools. We want to be able to provide schools with the materials, the resources they need in order to promote a unified experience. And unified is all about bringing gen ed students and sped students together and just seeing what happens. They could be playing on a sports team, they could be doing robotics, they could be leading pep rallies, leading spirit weeks at their schools, whatever it may be. But the idea is that this all targets hate speech, intolerance, and bullying at schools. And so Unified Champion Schools, at the bottom line, first, it's sports and activities for all. Robotics is something that Mr. Ermine will talk about in a minute, that several of the schools here have really run with, and it's a really exciting and awesome thing for them to be doing. Second is that leadership for all. We want to challenge these students not just to be learning a new thing, a new sport, a new activity, but to really be leaders in their schools, in their communities, to promote the unified movement everywhere. And last, it needs to be welcoming for all. That's getting the whole school involved behind the unified movement, whether it's a pep rally, a spirit week, a field day. There's all sorts of great things that schools are doing out there. And then Special Olympics comes in, we try to, like I said, provide the resources to make it happen. Whether that sometimes it can be financially with fundraisers, stuff like that. We have equipment, we have connections to some of our awesome sponsors that we work with that we really try to help get involved in the Unified Champion School movement. And so that's just a little bit about Unified Champion Schools. Like I was saying, Ms. Hermie is going to talk about some of the awesome schools here that are really taking it up and run with it. And so I'll hand it off to her.
I just wanted to spotlight the 3 schools that we currently have that have this distinction. It started last year out at STEAM Academy at Membrino with Heather Beaujolais and the group out there. They were doing a great job with inclusion throughout all activities. As y'all know, and it's not just happening on the campuses we're highlighting, but these are the campuses that do have this distinction right now. But she's using inclusion during enrichment time, during house meetings. They've already started with partners in PE. I want to say 5 years ago when Coach Cheesy joined us. And so we've started with robotics again this year. So Heather Beaujolais, this is an award for STEAM Academy Membrino. And this year, because of the unified robotics, we were able to actually add in both of our middle schools. So Dr. Smith was on board with us starting the unified robotics as well as Jennifer Pennington over at AMS. So thank you both. And none of this could be done without our coaches. Our coaches have spent summer training on their own personal time, as well as spending some evenings with trainings, and then also devoting their time after school. And so I've got to really highlight our 3 coaches, which is Justin Burton, which is a paraprofessional out at Mambrino, and Deb Miller, a third grade teacher, as well as Nicole Jones out at GMS. So I can't thank you guys enough for all that you do. And of course, this can't be done without our athletes and their partners. So we've got the best partners and the best athletes. Not all of them could be here tonight, but I want to highlight the ones that we have here with us. We've got Jaime Rosas from GMS. We've got Jake and Cheryl from AMS. We've got Paxton Hale from AMS. We've got Colton Jones from GMS. We've got Renee Sermarini from AMS. And from Mambrino, we have Alex Webb. We have Jackson Drew. Dakota Lightfoot. Caden McDonald. And last but not least, Charlie Scroggins. Thank you all. Good job.
Are any of the parents of these youngsters here with us tonight? Will you stand up and wave? Thank you very much.
That's me. Thank you, Madam President. The GHS barbecue teams, we had planned to have Miss Langdon here to recognize all of her accomplishments. However, she let us know late Friday that they still have some ongoing competitions, and she respectfully asked if she could be bumped to April. We granted that request, so at this time, we're going to move to Mario Morales, Director of Bands, and he will introduce our band and solo ensemble students.
Test. Just wrap around and face the audience, okay? Perfect. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, just All right. Good evening, and thank you to the school board, Dr. Glenn, our wonderful administrators, and everyone in attendance for giving us an opportunity to recognize our band students tonight. My name is Mario Morales, and I'm the head band director here at Granbury High School. The band students you see before you earned a Superior First Division medal at the UIL Solo Ensemble Contest this past February. They received, give them a hand. One. Awesome. They received high praise from the judges from their musical and artistic achievement while performing challenging music, which they spent several weeks preparing as a self-directed learning project with oversights from the band directors and their lesson instructors. Additionally, we have several students who earned a Superior Medal while performing a Class 1 selection from memory, which is the most difficult class of music that UIL recognizes for this contest. Those students are advancing to the state level solo ensemble contest, which is held at the University of Texas in May. Please join me in a round of applause for our band students and all the work they've done to achieve this great success. You want to wrap around this way? Cooper, if you want to come around this way. Shake everyone's hands. Perfect. Everyone's hands.
You know her? Yes, our favorite.
I will take cash compensation. We got Magnus
If we have any of the parents of these band students you'd like to wave at us.
Hey!
Thank y'all so much. At this time, we'll move on to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President. Tell you, the band kids know how to make an entrance and an exit. So proud of the Pride of Granbury. Congratulations to Mr. Beauchamp, who is on his way out. Teacher of the year at the high school. Yeah. Mr. Clark, is there anyone else outside that needs to come in now that we got a little room? All right. Thank you very much for your patience as we take time to recognize our students and their parents for their hard work. Trustees, I asked earlier for a report on what's been going on in the district over the last 3 days, and our communications director, Lisa Oliver, sent me a list, and it shocked me. And so I said, I'm going to make sure that I mention the happenings over the last 3 days in Granbury ISD. So I'll begin with Friday. On Friday, bass tournament in April. High school FFA, Hannah Humphrey made the sale with her fifth place steer in Houston, which is a huge deal. If you've ever shown animals, I mean, making. And varsity track finished at the Joshua Relays 4th overall, JV boys 3rd overall. So that gets you through Friday. On Saturday, the Granbury rifle team became the 6th-time national champion, and we had 3 cadets. Yeah. So they set a new record for national championships. our Chief of Security, Wade Clark, for putting a lot of And at the beginning of the year, there is no way we would have passed. One of the things that Wade put into place that goes above and beyond the requirements for the state is internal door locks. So our teachers are required to keep their classroom doors locked at all times. And so when they come and they check your school, not only do they check the perimeter to make sure all the doors are locked, but they're going to go in and they're going to check the interior doors, and then they're going to want to see a logbook. They're going to want to make sure that your security officers are checking these doors on a routine basis, daily basis. And if you don't have all of these things in place, then you fail the audit. And so it's pretty stringent requirements, but our security team, our principals, our teachers, they work hard. They're very diligent. I can tell you that in the fall, Oak Woods, AMS, and Emma Robertson, they successfully passed the audit with flying colors. And then this month, GMS, Mambrino, and Acton Elementary received their surprise audits, and they also passed with flying colors. So shout out to those teachers and staff. Finally, three other things I want to go through for you, and sorry for the long report, but lots going on this month. Weatherford College, we had a conversation with them about growing our partnership where they would actually utilize our Career and Technology Center in the evenings to offer not only classes that help students obtain their prerequisites to go to a university or associate's degree to a bachelor's degree, but we really are looking at certifications to help individuals that maybe when they graduated high school, they didn't have a plan. 2 or 3 years later, they're saying, I want to go back to school. And so if we can offer like a certified welding program, if we can offer EMT programs, surgery tech programs, we would like to bring those into a night school at our CTE center where we have the facilities to do that. So we're engaging in those conversations with Weatherford College. Also, something that Amy Whiteley, who is our Director of Child Nutrition, she is going to report on exploring the CPE, or Community Eligibility Provision, that would allow free lunches on all campuses. Many of you know that during COVID, we federally funded, or the government federally funded lunches across the nation for students. That program ended this year. And so there is an opportunity for us to opt into a program that may allow us to provide free lunches for all our students again beginning next year. And so Amy's been working hard with our team on that. She's going to present on that next month. For those of you who don't know, about 56% of our students are economically disadvantaged, which means they live below the poverty line. And then finally, had the opportunity to visit with Larry Kennemore with the Project SMART, which is a part of the he's the North American chapter leader for Rotary Clubs. And so I'm sure you've watched on the news about the fentanyl pandemic and crisis that has not only hit our country, but certainly globally has become a major problem. And so what Rotary is trying to do is they're trying to partner with school districts. They want to partner with Granbury ISD. They also want to partner with cities, counties, police department, sheriff's offices. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to promote awareness. They're trying to promote educational programs. And they've actually studied programs like Just Say No and DARE, and looked at what went right with those programs as well as what went wrong with those programs. They have developed a curriculum that targets kids beginning at the kindergarten age level with age-appropriate messages, and then those messages increase and they improve over time so that they're geared toward middle school kids and eventually high school kids about the dangers of fentanyl and overdose. But more importantly, they also offer treatment. They offer information and partnerships with law enforcement. But I was given, and I know I'm going to get this wrong, and I know there's a guy in the audience that's a pharmacist, so when I mess this up, he's going to get me. But it's Cloxado, Cloxxado.
And so we have Narcan on all of our campuses, which is a 4 milligram dose. What this is an 8 milligram dose. And certainly someone involved in law enforcement could speak more knowledgeably to it. But what the Rotary Club is wanting to do is to provide this free of charge. So the curriculum is free of charge, the programs are free of charge, all of the support to cities, to counties, to law enforcement is free of charge. And these 8 milligram doses of essentially Narcan are free of charge as well. It would go to volunteer fire departments. They would be able to get them through our local Rotary Club. But our law enforcement officers could have them, our hospitals could have them. Essentially, they would provide them free of charge to our entire community. And so at no cost to the ISD, for those of you that are familiar with Rotary, they tackled the polio pandemic years ago with a mission to eradicate polio. And they are pushing forward with a desire and a mission to eradicate the fentanyl crisis that plagues our society. And so you'll have more information in the coming months as we continue to get information from the leaders in Rotary International. But I thought that was a unique program where the city, county, and school will actually be able to partner. So with that, Madam President, that's our report for the month.
Thank you, Dr. Glenn. As I said, when you focus on these kids, isn't it a great time to be a pirate? So thank all of you parents and teachers, staff that are here that help make this go. At this time, we'll move into the open forum and public comments. And folks, we have one or two of you that want to speak. So we don't want to stay here all night. We'll give each of you 2 minutes to speak. Please honor that time limit, and we will go right along. We'll start with Paula McDonald.
Good evening, Board, Madam President. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm very excited what I saw on the agenda on 11C for the CTE course for the GHS Family and Community Service. I think that program is outstanding as we continue to look at ways to add to the CTE program, because you guys, those are the kids that are going to come out and work in this community and be future business owners. So the more that we can offer them for that CTE program and add to it, kudos to you. And I really urge you to vote on that tonight. And we just saw, thank you, Dr. Glenn, for going over that whole list of the wonderful things that are happening in this school district. Wonderful things. But sadly, we just keep hearing about the bad things, about how this board is not working together. And I will tell you, on my last night of sitting on this board, I turned to Ms. Graft and I asked her very calmly, Ms. Graft, please work with this board. These are good people up here. She pushed her chair back, said very loudly, "You're gaslighting me, you're bullying me," and stormed off. Very strange. You guys, you all, as you know, were elected to work for the betterment of every student, every teacher. These guys work so hard, and this district has done so much and continues to do so much. And we need to stop putting the spotlight on individual board members. It's not about you. It's about these teachers. It's about these students. And so, board members, we appreciate it when you dress properly and you act properly and you do what you're supposed to do for every single person in this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. McDonald. Mayor Jim Jarrett.
Is it going to work? 2 minutes now, wow. I am here tonight to say thank you. I want to thank the board, President Harrington, Dr. Glenn. Thank all of you for coming to the interlocal meeting last week, and not only just for coming, but being actively engaged. I mean, that's how it works. It's I recognize that there's interdependence of the county, the city, and the school board, and particularly when it comes to economic development. So, Dr. Glenn, if I could just use your report for our economic development report next time, as we get a vendor coming into town looking for something, I think we're there. I also saw some rumblings about the city of Mansfield and how the school board and how it was affecting the city itself. So I called Mayor Michael Evans there, who's the mayor. You'd all love him. He is a wonderful individual, takes care of the city, takes care of the individuals that are there. And he said, yeah, we had some stuff, it was through the social media and everything. He said, but one of the things that came out of that, when it all got said and done, was that now our school board works closer with the city. They attend and they participate in our parks and recreation meetings. They attend and they participate in our planning and zoning and our welfare, our fire and police. And I think that's I think we have to. There is absolute interdependence. I'm going to close with, I've been spending a lot of time in Austin. I've been spending a lot of time with legislatures there. And one of the things that I found very quickly is that they want to see you. They do not want to see the social media. They already recognize that you have no idea where that's coming from. And the fake keyboard warriors, they just drive us crazy. You come and see us. And I see it in their eyes. They do want to see you. And we're going to have a meeting on tomorrow night to identify what the city does. I'd love to see you there too. Thank you. Appreciate you all.
Thank you, Major Jarrett. Laurie Vale.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Lori Vale. I'm a volunteer at Forward Training Center. I volunteer in fundraising capacity and instructor for Jobs for Life program. When John Stuart Mill, a philosopher, delivered an inaugural address at St. Andrews University in 1867, he said, in essence, bad men need nothing more to compass their ends than that good men should look on and do nothing. In light of recent comments posts that have been circulating within our beloved community, I could not stand by and do nothing. A particular concern was a post on social media that came out last week against Forward Training Center, a post that was based on misinformation. I'm happy to share that GED classes will resume at Forward Training Center. We have worked with Denton ISD and have an instructor in place. They will resume April 4th, Tuesdays and Thursdays from 5 to 8 p.m. Romans 12:21 says, do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. So rather than lash out against the negativity, I choose to speak good and positivity this evening. In the past couple of days, my Facebook stream has been flooded by the wonderful news of all the accomplishments that the students of GISD has achieved, as mentioned by Dr. Glenn earlier. Additionally, GISD has an incredible CTE program that introduces and inspires students to various trades to give them a head start in finding meaningful work upon graduation. I want to congratulate our school teachers, administration, and volunteers, led by Dr. Jeremy Glenn, as well as our school board in doing an outstanding job leading GISD and putting our students first. Granbury is a wonderful place to live, mainly because of the people that reside here. This truly is a community in unity. The citizens of Granbury continually come together and pool their resources to assist those less fortunate. My husband and I are involved in many areas in Granbury. We volunteer our time and make it a point to be part of this community and unity. It's a great town with an incredible heart, a town we are proud to call home. Thank you, school board.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Betty Kirkhart.
I'm here as a retired teacher, and I'm so proud to be here. I was a part of this school district taught here 19 years and moved here 40 years ago. And the first thing I did was join our Retired Teachers Association because I like teachers so much, and education is just special. So I come today in support of cooperation and compromise. That's not happening today in our school district because there seems to be only divisiveness. On our Board of Education, public education can work, and it has been successful. It has been successful in my life, and I won't tell you how long that goes back. Anyway, I've been around a long time, and I don't have to read about history anymore. I've been a part of it. And when you see it, all the changes are taking place. And I've lived and learned in 4 different states, including Texas. So I'm a product of public education, and my family is too, and it's provided me with everything I needed to be a homeowner, help my daughter through college, and live to be financially independent. My family is a product. My daughter, my son-in-law, my daughter's a veterinarian, my son-in-law has his own business, my grandkids have graduated from, one has and another one will, and they're all testaments to it. So the more the board spends on those arguments, the less time they have to solve the problems for our students. And, you know, things are just happening so fast and moving along. And I just ask you to find compromise and cooperation to set an example for our students, how things can work, and it can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Starkland. Greg Harrell.
Good evening. In the opening chapters of the book of Nehemiah, we find Nehemiah, he's grieving because he finds out from his brother that the walls of Jerusalem are still torn down, the gates have been burned, and he gets a charter from the king, and he gets permission from the king to go back and rebuild the walls. When he travels into Jerusalem, he finds that he encounters people that begin to scoff and mock him right away. And they say, you can't come here to do this because it's illegal. And he presents the charter that he received from the king. So they back off and he begins to survey the damage. He starts to rebuild the walls, and again, the same people begin to scoff and mock. And as he continues to work, the scoffing and mocking becomes more intense to the point where it proceeds to confusion and even the threats of violence. You board members are undergoing a rebuilding of the wall. The wall needs to be rebuilt in some areas of this school district. You know that we have books that shouldn't be in our library. We have books that should not be in our school district. I would ask you to, rather than mock and scoff and call names, Trustee Wimberly, I am not crazy or toxic, I'm telling the truth, but rather than doing all of those things, I would ask you to join us in rebuilding the walls that need to be built to protect our children. How about we do that? Don't be singled out because this is Granbury School District. These same types of things are taking place nationwide. They're taking place in small towns in Iowa, in Wyoming, in Florida. They're taking place everywhere. It's not just GISD.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Marietta Harrell.
Good evening. Thank you for letting us speak. I appreciate it. What I want to address is the last regular scheduled board meeting. There was a presentation by, and I'm sorry if I butcher her name, Julie Rohleder, the campus principal, on targeted improvement plan update. And I want to point out screen 3 of her presentation. It was a 4-screen presentation. I downloaded it off of the Granbury ISD website, and it refers to white math. White, W-H-I-T-E, math. I'd never heard of white math. So I decided to research it to find out what it was because I never heard that term. Everything else in there I pretty well understood, but I didn't understand white math. So white math is actually being taught in our schools. It is CRT. A book was funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It's training material for our teachers called A Pathway to Equitable Math Instruction, Dismantling Racism in Mathematics Instruction. I'm going to read a comment that was made by Thomas Sowell. If you don't know, he's black, and he is a professor. He's an incredible man. If you Google his name, all these different things will pop up. He's very well known. He was honored on Black History Month in our nation, and I will read what he wrote. Ours may become the first civilization destroyed not by the power of enemies, but by the ignorance of our teachers and dangerous nonsense they are teaching our children. In an age of artificial intelligence, they are creating artificial stupidity. I urge you to take this material out of our school district. It says that white math was created by white people.
Thank you,
and it's
Mrs. Carroll.
inherently racist.
Thank you.
This probably isn't going to draw the same applause, but white math is how our white students performed in mathematics. The state of Texas has whites, African Americans, Hispanics, and economically disadvantaged students. Mrs. Row Leader was pointing out how our white students performed.
Thank you for the clarification.
Just to be clear, Dr. Glenn, it's not a curriculum we use, correct?
That is correct. The Texas Education Agency refers to that population of students as white.
Thank you.
Pastor Mary Cardin.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me. Do I need to give you my address or anything?
No, you're good.
Okay.
Pastor Cardin.
Okay, I represent the Hood County Pastor Council, and we are a group of pastors that understand biblically pastors are not called to a building. We are called to love cities and states and the citizens in, and it warms my heart to see these kids up here tonight, and their accomplishments. What I would like to express to you, we are seeing true revival break out in college campuses. And what an answer to prayer. There is also an awakening happening in conservative Christians, and it's big. And I've watched it. And they are becoming very politically active, and we fully support them and support that because we believe that the core values of the Bible are what our nation was founded on. And we believe that that is stability. So what I would love to express to you is, first of all, Dr. Glenn, thank you for bringing us in the library. These bills about sexually explicit material and gender mutilation are in the Texas House right now because this is a huge thing. It reminds me of the Reagan Revolution, to be honest with you. We're in that time. So I would love to see us have better relationship. When you attack conservative Christians, you kind of attack all of us. And I'm not saying everyone's doing that. But I do need to tell you, when things circulate, we are not crazy people. And we are quite a majority. We're not a little minority. Now, this is the truth.
And we're not toxic. Thank you.
Good evening. I appreciate being able to speak. It's the first time. Nervous. Hi. I've always wanted somebody. Hi there. I'm up here because the last time we gathered here, Representative Slauson was here, and we all met, and I was told, and many were told, that it was a open to the public meeting. And so we came, and we were here, and unfortunately, y'all went to another room, and we stayed here and had to watch it on the TVs, which didn't work very well, and the audio was so bad that we heard clinking glass, and we heard the motion. It was bad. It was really bad. But we all stuck it out. There were a lot of people from Stephenville. There were a lot of people from here. But we wanted to, even though we didn't get to participate. It was not open to the public, and we didn't get to participate or ask any questions. We stayed, and after the meeting, y'all came back, and Ms. Harrington came forward and thanked us for staying and participating, and that's what community needs. And I rose and spoke and said, unfortunately, and I gave the exact reasons. This was not a very open to the public meeting, nor was it nice. We couldn't hear. We all had to gather under the TVs. And at that point, Superintendent Glenn rose from his seat, came around, came towards me, and spoke to me and said, you cannot be rude and arrogant to an 84-year-old woman. And I sat down, and I had not been rude. I was not arrogant, because I live with the Lord, and that is why I'm speaking tonight, because that is really unfair. I deserve an apology.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comment. For clarification, just to clear up a few facts, I'm not 84, I'm 87, proud of every year. Last meeting that she referred to, while we had to post it as an open meeting on Thursday, and it was a workshop involving 8 different school districts that are in Representative Clausen's territory, and it was a reserve your lunch type of thing. So they had to, it was called Lunch and Learn, and they had to have reservations in by Wednesday. We posted it because we were all going to be there. Unfortunately, on Thursday, many of you got the word that this is an open meeting and you wanted to come. Well, she came to speak to educators in a workshop setting. She was not here to speak to anybody else. She knew she was going to be in the city, in the area later. You're right. You didn't get to be in the room. There was not room for you to be in the room. We were at tables having lunch and asking her questions that related to education. We did the best we could. We broadcasted here. 3 of you signed up to speak. We came back in here after the session with Representative Slauson and offered you that opportunity. Unfortunately, we could not live stream here because we only had the capability of live streaming one place, and it had happened in there. Those of you that signed up to speak refused to speak without it being live streamed. The truth is that you were invited. You could have come to here to the boardroom, but it was not in actuality a meeting like we're having tonight. So just to clarify that, and we'll, Dr. Glenn, you want to add anything?
No, the video is online and the audio is good online if you'd like to go back and listen.
All right, this time, Mr. Daugherty.
I too would like to thank you for the time that you give me to speak. And Mrs. McDonald chose to spotlight a board member tonight, so I'm going to choose to spotlight a board member myself, Mr. Wimberly. because I was appalled at the letter that you sent to the Hood County News and that was distributed in this school district, because you disparaged voters everywhere in the Metroplex area by indicating that the people that were elected to boards in these other districts and had been elected in this district are people that really didn't deserve those seats, which I consider to be a disparagement of the voting process. I was also interested in the fact that in the letter you chose to be concerned about the 5-2 split on this board, and you pointed out that it was creating a toxic environment. I found that almost amusing because in the next sentence you referred to the supporters of Mrs. Graft and Mrs. Lowry as being liars and cheaters and thieves. Now, I suppose those are not toxic terms as far as that is concerned. I tell you from this particular point that from reading the letter that you presented, that you fully do not understand the role of a board member with the fiduciary responsibility that you have to the taxpayers of this school district. Now, having said that, I think what you've done is made yourself the metaphorical equivalent of the angry old man who stands on his front porch and screams at the children in the neighborhood, "Get off my lawn." And so, at that particular point, also, Madam Chairman, I'd like to point out that we've had 2 breaches of the protocol tonight in that y'all have chosen to respond to speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Doctor. June Mearns.
You can call me June, that's fine.
Thank you, June. I used to pride myself in pronouncing names. But.
It's all good. In fact, I come here in love, and we can hear the thread through conversations tonight of a lot of people in love and grace. Though my grace can be insufficient, there's one that's grace is eternal. Our concern here is several things. You make it political, you pull us in when you send these letters to the paper. Now, thank goodness we live in a republic. We have a First Amendment right, and those things can create dialogue. We see where you come from, you get to hear where we come from, and this is how we get to a solution, hopefully. There was a letter to the editor that brought up about the policies and procedures that were regarding the aircraft purchase, and y'all saw fit to undo that, and I believe it's been sold and moved on. Well, that's why a lot of people come here tonight, is to hear where do these policies and procedures come into play that create these things. And if we learn about that, what else is going on that we don't know about? Another letter talks about people getting involved. And Mr. Wimberly, I agree 100%. I encourage you, every citizen of Hood County to come here. I don't have a child in the school system, but I pay taxes, and you gladly receive them. And I want to have input to make sure that's best provided to the kids. The other thing is, apparently I'm a crazy person because I voted. And I voted for 2 individuals that I listened to that have now done what they said, acted away accordingly, and I thank Karen and Melanie for doing exactly that. Now, Mr. Wimberly, I was taken by listening to some others that spoke a certain way, and I supported them financially in their campaign. I will not make that mistake again, and I will not be encouraging people to vote in their way again because they have disappointed me so much. And I've been praying for you that you can see the error of their ways. And I hope you see this in love.
Thank you. Dave Eagle.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to start with the definition of the word doublethink. The power of holding two contradictory beliefs in one's mind simultaneously and accepting both of them as true. That's from George Orwell, 1984. Not too long ago, Trustee Lowry sent a letter to the editor raising some questions related to integrity within the GISD, transparency, and questions regarding the reporting of suspected criminal activity. She was chastised by folks on the board, led by the current president. Just like a former member of this board was up here a little while ago chastising another member of the board in a backhanded, passive-aggressive way, and she knows what that means. Ms. Lowry was browbeaten that it is not appropriate for a school board member to write a letter to the editor. Well, sadly, Mr. Wimberly decided to write a letter to the editor, and for some reason that's okay for him. School board and one of the problems that I've got with that letter, Mr. Wimberly, is you say that school board members are non-political by definition. That is absolute doublespeak. If you don't think this is a politically charged environment right now in this entire country with the school boards, then y'all are in total denial. Total denial. And yes, there's 2 members that are split off with the other 5, but we got 2 coming up next November, and we're going to try our best to change that. To finish up, I too am a product of public education. That's why I'm up here, exercising my rights that I learned back in grade school, middle school, high school. I will close with this. If liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they do not want to hear. George Orwell.
Thank you, Mr. Eagle. Zach Maxwell.
Hello, my name is Zach Maxwell. First, I want to express my overwhelming gratitude for Granbury ISD. As a father of current students, I am proud to be a pirate parent. My oldest 2 started at Keller ISD, and I
Mr.
cannot...
Maxwell?
Yes?
May I stop
I'm sorry.
you? The clock is not running.
Oh,
Go.
I'm sorry.
Go.
My oldest 2 started at Keller ISD, and I cannot express the difference Granbury ISD has made in their lives. Please keep doing what you're doing and keeping children first. Lastly, I would like to ask Ms. Lowry a question. Ms. Lowry, you made a clarifying statement denouncing any involvement whatsoever you had in the official yet frivolous investigation by Deputy Constable Scott London against teachers at Granbury ISD. In a documentary by NBC5, I learned Scott London launched the investigation expressly because of an official complaint and signed affidavit by you and one other citizen. Now we have a quagmire. Who is lying? Because you certainly both can't be telling the truth. Innocent teachers' lives are trying to be ruined by now a sitting school board member and now candidate for Hood County Sheriff. Is Scott London lying to create a controversy to get elected? Or, Ms. Lowry, are you lying about a controversy created so you could be elected? I'm not accusing you of anything, Ms. Lowry. I'm asking you to please provide clarification because your brief statement has now created a lot of confusion. And we, the people, need to know who is the liar among us. At the beginning of this meeting, we all stated the Pledge of Allegiance. I couldn't be more ready for one nation under God that is indivisible and where liberty and justice truly is for all. I hope this isn't some doublespeak that you're about to give us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Craig Mayberry.
And for the record, Dr. Glenn, you did get that right. It is naloxone. Just hadn't heard that particular brand name.
Time clock again, please. Go ahead.
Good on the school board for carrying that kind of thing on hand. But this past weekend, in the Hood County News, a letter to the editor where one of the new school board members expresses frustration about how, quote, a school board position is by definition non-political, that it's simply a management method to perpetuate our society by effectively educating our youth. Well, in a perfect utopian fantasy world in a galaxy far, far away, that might be great, but it'll never happen in reality here on Earth. And why is that? Because in our humanity, our nature is inherently selfish, self-seeking, and self-serving and wants what it wants. It's not in our nature to be service to others and to put others' needs before ours, particularly in groups that receive substantial funding from Caesar to institute policies that are not educational but indoctrinational to the students. For clarity's sake, politics is a set of activities that are associated with making decisions in groups, such as distribution of resources or status and the acquisition or maintenance of power and or control over a group. Translation, the school job is to pass policies with the students as the overarching priority. They are moral judgments and they are based on motive, part of which seems to be either a power grab or to maintain and control power. Y'all up there seem to be much more worried about your country club image and attitudes and the cavalier attitudes of the school policies than the well-being and the success of the kiddos. It's precisely this passive indifference that allows these policies to gain a foothold into this district and subvert resources meant for ABCs and 1, 2, 3s and funneling them into indoctrinating our children into becoming political activists. Finally, in closing, Mr. Wimberly, one thing that you said that is absolutely correct. Melanie and Karen do serve another master. That they do. The other master they serve is the same one that the remainder of you up here claim you follow as well. That master you claim to follow gave every one of you a very stern warning.
Thank you
I know
very
none
much,
of you
sir.
care and don't think you'll
We
be held
appreciate you
accountable
being
after you
here.
draw your last breath, and that is
Your time is
whoever
up, sir.
causes one of
Thank
these
you
to
very
stumble.
much.
Be better
Your-
for him if a
your
millstone
time
were
is
hung
up,
around his
sir.
neck and drown in the sea.
Brandy Turner.
Good evening, y'all. I have nothing political to say. Thank you. Last Thursday, Todd Gibson, Mark Kirk, and Jimmy Heffernan came out to Southwest Airlines to visit. And I just want to say kudos to your faculty, to y'all, and to your administration. These visits to Southwest Airlines have been going on about 5 years now. They started off when another group a friend had asked, hey, can we come out and visit and so they can see what culture looks like? That fell through, and I asked Tammy Clark, hey, would you like to come out? And she brought a bunch of folks. And out of that one visit, which was on a Saturday, all these faculty members coming out on a Saturday on their own time, our people at Southwest Airlines said, hey, bring those people back because they have a culture we can identify with. The following Thursday, Jim Largent came out, Jimmy Dawson came out, a bunch of other folks came out, and that began a partnership with the GISD CTE program that continues to this day. Up till now, we've had about 300 kids, maybe a little more, come out and visit Southwest Airlines, both the pilot training facilities, the flight attendant training facilities, the maintenance facilities, as well as other things like the social media people, the cybersecurity folks, and we've even had some counselors and faculty members and administrators come out without the kids to say, hey, we don't know what industry looks like, so we want to learn. And I got to tell you, the folks, it has been a wonderful partnership. The vision created by the board 10 years ago to start this program, and then what you as the faculty and the administration and the school board has done to support that program is fantastic. 70% of the airframe and power plant mechanics in the United States are over 55 years old. Your A&P program, there's a market out there. Our Destination 225 recruiters were telling your kids how to pass the interview. You got to be a high school graduate. That's the requirement to be a pilot at Southwest Airlines. So kudos to y'all.
Thank you so much, sir. Ed Elder.
Man, I've been waiting for quite a while to get up here and talk to everybody, ever since I saw that editorial, but I was concerned even before
Excuse me, sir, your time will start when you're at the microphone.
But even before that,
Start the clock.
before that editorial, I was really grieving about the divide going on in this community. Because I know I moved here from a blue state. I moved here because most of us share the same values. We really do. In professing Christianity, probably most people are Republicans. And I love this community. I love all these, and thank you, Mr. Wimberly, for getting a good turnout tonight so we could be here to applaud the wonderful accomplishments of these kids. And as a Marine, once a Marine, always a Marine, I can't wait to congratulate these kids, these sharpshooters, for what they've accomplished. And you know what? I love my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I love God's Word. And I love every one of you. Even though some of you have slandered me and gossiped, that means some have taken legal action. But I can actually say through my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, I love all of you. And I would just ask, does anybody know the four-way test? The Rotary was mentioned. Could we just do that, Mr. Wimberly? And your prayer, I don't think the Lord heard that. When you have animus towards somebody and you say a prayer like that, could we just do this? All of us, on whatever faction or side, could we just say, when we say something or write something, is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? Will it be beneficial to all concerned? Could we all please do that, all of us? And Mr. Wimberly, I want to say, the first time I met you was at a meet and greet, and I found out that you could have died from an aneurysm. Your wife, a school teacher, and paramedic. So do you want to die? You could have died. You could die anytime any of us could. Do you want to die and face your Savior, saying a prayer tonight when you're going to against people?
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sharon Shaylander. Will somebody fix the mic for her?
Kind of handicap being under 5 foot. But it doesn't take away strength. Thank you for having me here tonight and letting me speak. Superintendent, trustees, I'm very disappointed in you. You want the public to believe you're good Christians and you're good Republicans that support the Republican Party. If you were truly Christian Republicans, you would not still harbor pornographic books in our school libraries or demean other trustees if they don't agree with you, which tells me you are not for the children, nor do you support the Republican priorities, but more so support the liberal agenda pushed by the National Teachers Association. Not only that, you as a board thought it would be more in the interest of GISD to purchase an airplane without having an accredited instructor to teach that class. Did you take into account before spending that money that there are school buses getting old and in need of repair? Maybe the money would have been better spent. You as a board have challenged every policy change, every agenda item that the two most conservative trustees, Melanie Graft and Karen Lowry, has brought before you. Not only that, you've allowed one of the most junior trustees, Billy Wimberly, to belittle them, call them and all other conservatives crazy, toxic. He stated in his letter that the conservative Republicans that have brought issues to the board's attention are liars and cheaters and thieves. It is easy to throw out words with no proof, but another when you distribute it. You, Mr. Superintendent, supported this demeaning letter and felt it would be appropriate to distribute to the rest of the board members. Shame on you. The citizens, the children of Granbury, deserve better.
We only respond to correct improper information by board operating procedures. When a person on the board writes a letter to the editor, that letter must be provided to every member on the board prior to the time it's published so that every board member knows ahead of time and they are not caught unaware. And excuse me, board operating procedure. At this time, Rhonda Williams.
Does it just move up? There we go. Dr. Glenn, Dr. Harrington, bringing my Granbury Pirate Cup because, you know, I'm a pirate. And so were my kids, and so was my dad. So we all graduated from here. I was going to say a little more, but 2 minutes isn't quite enough. So I just have to say that I'm appalled by the letter, Mr. Wimberly. I'm very disappointed that one of the school board trustees in my hometown that I pay taxes to and fixing to have a student here, again, one of my family members is going to be coming to Granbury, that you would write such a letter. And Courtney Gore, man, you need to get off social media. Please. You know, I campaigned for you the first time. Not again, girl. The things you say that you like and approve and are an administrator for. I would say, Dr. Glenn and Dr. Harrington, I don't know your code of ethics. I think I'll look into it so that I can be more educated in that area to see how your trustees operate and the public, because this is embarrassingly shameful. Barbara, I have volunteered with you for 25 years with my kids, always up here and supporting everything. And I've never seen a board of trustees act the way that these are acting. Haven't seen it. Very disappointed. Please correct it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Holly Plemons.
Hi, I'm Holly Plemons. I'm the mom of 3 in Fort Worth ISD. I'm here tonight representing Families Engaged. We're a statewide organization that focuses on bringing better training to school board members and advocating for parents and standing up for education. So I'm here to talk to you a little bit about what's going on in my district in Fort Worth and where you guys are headed. I'm seeing that some of you probably want to be headed that way because you're getting all kinds of crony deals going on. And if you don't stop what you're doing, you're going to wind up being exactly like Fort Worth ISD, and you're going to lose all the charm that you have in Granbury. And Mr. Wimberly, man, I've got a lot of friends out here in Granbury, and they sent me your letter, and I was just wanting to know, whenever you sent that letter, were you paying attention to, it just popped off, page 18 under trustee communication with the community. Trustees are encouraged to participate in community activities as liaisons between the public and the district. Avoid criticism of district personnel and fellow trustees. Page 18 under general communication, trustees are expected to communicate with each other and the district staff in a professional and collegial manner to support the mission of the district. You're a bully, sir. You're a bully. Do you believe that what you were doing was bridging your board? Why are you wanting it to be a team of 8 training? Because you love TASB so much? Y'all should be the next district in this state, following behind South Lake Carroll and leaving TASB. TASB is not for parents. They are anti-parents, and you are supposed to be for parents. Also, you guys are going to get rid of your shack.
Thank you very much.
Don't get rid of your shack.
Thank you very much.
You guys fight
Thank
them.
you very
Don't let them
much.
take the shack away
Thank
from you.
you
That's
very much.
eliminating
Your time is up.
And you know what? I watched when you had your bootlickers up here and they went over their time and you were fine with it. Then when anybody else that disagrees with you's not, you cut them off. You're seen. You should be voted out.
I'm sorry, I don't know if I still have yours up. Amy Super?
Wow. My name's Amy Super. My family currently resides in Fort Worth, Texas. I am an independent research consultant, a subject matter expert within several specific areas of interest. We're considering purchasing a second home in Granbury, and we have grandchildren. Where we go, I hope that they follow Nana and Pawpaw. And as a result of that, I decided to look into Granbury ISD and thought the first thing I should do is come to a board meeting. I've spent 26 years in Fort Worth. It's a scary ISD now. It was not when my children went there. They both graduated from Fort Worth ISD. They both graduated from Texas State University, the original teachers' university of Texas, by the way. I like three things a lot. I like rules, I like clearly defined rules, and I like transparency, and I really like it when those two things are paired together with something called consistency. So the first thing I did in preparing to come tonight is I pulled up something that I know is an important document on your website, and that's your board policy, specifically BED, board policy, which relates to public meetings and public participation. So I would know what to expect and how to plan to be here. You have a few conflicts. I got here tonight, and I also pulled up your addressing the board, which is the public comment procedures. I also then got this nifty, handy-dandy fold-over brochure, which I really actually do like. It kind of sums it all up. The problem is you have conflicts in what's in here, what's in your board policy, and then what's in your public comments policies. So I'm just going to suggest, and if you'd like to provide me with an email, I can let you know where those inconsistencies are so that perhaps other people who are considering moving out here can prepare themselves a little bit better than I found I was prepared. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Laura Heffelfinger.
Thank you. I just got an earful down testifying in Austin, and they give you 3 minutes. But anyways, I just want to ask y'all, would your children in your school district be proud of you all for calling out somebody crazy and calling them liars and calling them toxic? I don't think so. And I believe in modeling good behavior if you're going to be a trustee on the school board. And so I'm not toxic. I don't have any animosity towards any of y'all. I just want our kids to be taken care of. And all this time bickering just takes up time when you could be helping our kids. And I'm praying for y'all that you would have unity. And unity is not everybody, it's coming together with different opinions and coming to a consensus. That's unity. And what I see happening is the old guard is like, we've always done it this way, and this is how we're going to do it. And some new people are coming in with fresh ideas and wanting to help our children just like you are. And I think we all need to listen to each other and, be kinder. Just like we would want our students to be kinder to each other, let's model that for them so that they know how to be kind. And if a child picks up the newspaper and reads this, he's not getting a very good example of what kind means. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hannah Bain.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'm Hannah Bohm. I live in Granbury. I'm the Vice President of Texas Democratic Women of Hood County, and I am a mother of 2 young children. I'm here to address the unattended firearm incident that occurred at Granbury High School. I am going to read the email that GISD administration sent to the parents and guardians of Granbury High School students on March 3rd and 4th. Quote, "Dear parents, guardians of Granbury High School students, since safety is a top priority in Granbury ISD, we're writing to inform families about an incident that occurred in a faculty restroom in Granbury High School this morning, March 3rd, 2023. A Granbury High School teacher who also serves as a school marshal left a firearm unattended in a locked and secure teacher restroom. Students do not have access to this restroom. No one was injured, and the weapon was secured from the restroom immediately by district security officers. We commend the staff who took immediate action to ensure the situation was reported and resolved quickly. The teacher is on administrative leave pending investigation, and the teacher's TCOLE marshal certification has been revoked. Granbury ISD remains committed to maintaining safe and secure environment for all students. Respectfully, Granbury ISD administration." It was also in Spanish. End of the quote. There are a lot of questions this email brings up. First, do teachers and staff without marshal certification have access to this bathroom? Did an uncertified person find the firearm? How long was it unattended? Was it loaded? Are the marshals permitted to carry the firearm with them around campus? Will there be an investigation into the incident weighing the cost versus benefits of your marshal program? Does this incident merit the same gravity for a full investigation? After all, staff and students' life are at risk with any presence of firearm, and the pilot may put you out a few $100s.
If you'll send your questions to Dr. Glenn, he'll be glad to answer them. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
John Hall.
Trustees, Madam President and Superintendent, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you and to this entire group. I didn't really come here to prepare to listen to all the politics, and I'm not against any one of you individuals. In fact, I want to thank everyone who serves in a government capacity, certainly on this Granbury Independent School District Board. We have a lot of leaders out in here. Listening to the different comments and opinions, and attitude, the emotions, I would encourage each of us to, when I first came to Granbury 17 years ago now, I drove down 377 and had a flat tire. Within 30 seconds of getting out of the car, a policeman was behind me, grabbing tools, walking over without asking me, helping me to change that tire. I can imagine why he would do that now at my somewhat advanced age, but I was fully capable of changing that tire. That started me out with an attitude of what Granbury is. Granbury is a good place. We have each other's backs. I've seen that through the tornado that came to Rancho Brazos. I've seen how people support charities like Rancho Brazos. It's unfortunate to see any kind of a Facebook or social media that criticizes a church that's had some difficulty financially recently, and so they had to cut some of the funding to that wonderful charity. Others are picking up, though, and that's what Granbury is. We have your back. Listening to everyone here who has commented tonight.
Thank you very much.
Please. Okay. Thank you.
Monica Brown.
Thank you, Holly. That was awesome. I just want to say real quick to Zach Maxwell, first time to see you in public. The constable heard excerpts of the nasty books, and they were nasty with capital N-A-S-T-Y. So he said, y'all need to come in and talk to me, and we did. And then it was, he couldn't move forward without a complaint. So you better believe we complained. If you care about the kids, you report criminal activity. And Dr. Glenn, last time we were here, you said if I had suspected criminal activity, I would have reported it. Melanie Graff, you were trying to get these guys to agree that you would report criminal activity in the future. Dr. Glenn went on his Glenn at 10 and made it look like it was all about violence. It was not about violence at all. She didn't even use the word violence. She was talking about could we in the future report to local authorities so we don't spend $250 per hour, 80 plus hours on an attorney, which is what we did. You did. And then, Mr. Wimberly, I am so sad about what you did. When I heard about you, I thought, okay, maybe this is a great guy. I mean, a Boy Scout, right? 50 years. First thing is trustworthy. And I know Karen personally. I know Melanie really well. And calling them liberal progressives couldn't be anywhere from the truth. You could have called them a lot of other things, and we probably would have said, yeah, you got it right. But you called them liberal progressives. Courtney Gore. Who here saw her post where she agreed with the idea that Melanie was all whacked out about this whole idea of having criminal activity here at GISD and whether or not it should be reported? She did that. I wouldn't even talk about Paula McDonald, who has left now, but I'm hoping she's watching at home. She used the word nefarious. She publicly lied about where Melanie Graff's kids go to school. What does it matter? And if you look real close...
Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
I'll tell you next time.
Thank you. Nanette Samuelson.
Hey, good evening. I can run fast. I'm not sure if I can talk fast, but I'll try. So, good evening. I'm Nanette Samuelson, Commissioner for Precinct 2. I'm speaking tonight about the building that the Hood County Appraisal District presented at our joint workshop. As I sat there and listened intently, I couldn't help but wonder if it was lost on everyone that they were asking the taxpayers to pay $6 million to have a nice building to go to pay or protest their taxes. And the taxpayers don't even get to vote on it. I think the architect was wrong when he said that people want a nice place to go to pay their taxes. No, taxpayers would rather know that we are being frugal with their money. Why such a big building? They said to allow for more people to pay and protest their taxes. My point, a high percentage of people have mortgages and they're EFT'd their taxes to the district. People can pay online, and the more and more as the online generation become more of the homeowners, they will pay online. Texas is on the path to eliminate property taxes. In fact, Tarrant County Appraisal District is at the legislature right now to be eliminated. Don't know if you knew that. If appraisals were realistic, people wouldn't need to protest. So let's just eliminate that altogether. So what do we do in the meantime because they've outgrown the building? What do school districts do? Portable buildings. If kids and teachers can attend school and work in portable buildings, then so can the employees of the appraisal district. Taxpayers would rather know we're being, okay, I have to cut to the chase. So please think long and hard about voting to spend money on something the taxpayers do not see as a priority.
Thank you, Mrs. Samuelson. Jeff Hastings.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight's topic is going to be about accountability.
On 5/16/2022, a 4-page document titled Liability and Concerns was explained and emailed to Mr. Dawson. That document had several different deadly force incidents that occurs in the schools that the public is not unaware of. That document also refers to the school marshals as unskilled labor. That same program was used and published highly in the websites and the newspaper articles. 10 days later, Uvalde hit. There was then a meeting from the upper administration. Jeremy, Jimmy, and Tammy were all in attendance. During that meeting, Mr. Glenn had explained the pressures of the library was still ongoing and security would be next. I was to be a champion, spread the word how great it is, even though the 4 pages were untouched. Essentially, I was asked to lie to the community. On June 23rd, I handed in my resignation due to the lack of seriousness and deficiencies that was talked about. Mr. Dawson asked me to continue working, as I did. I continued working, handing in paperwork, enrolling school marshals, talking to truancy judges, speaking to Wade Clark, touring him before his interview to be my replacement. July 14th, Wade Clark was hired. Jimmy called me on his personal cell phone, said they no longer needed my hours, and I would not be paid for the hours that I did. I told him that was illegal. He told us above his pay grade. On June 15th, a paycheck was deposited into my account and withdrawn from Emmett Whitefield's department. Damages totals over $5,000. I see we have 3 ways to handle this. Wage theft in that dollar amount is a felony offense. We can handle it criminally. Civilly, a contract was clearly broken, as a preponderance of evidence will clearly show work was being done. Or make it right and have accountability shown for the board. Side note, Courtney, I'm not going to blame you for this. Unfortunately, your subordinate, Mr. Glenn, lied.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hasty. Nita Adcock.
Good evening. My name is Nita Adcock. I'm a resident of Granbury. I've been here now for 20 years. I did not attend school here, but I do have a niece that graduated from here. I have grandsons that have graduated from Granbury. I have great-grandchilds. Now I'm going to have more. So I just want to tell you, the board, to thank you for all you have done so far in making Granbury an outstanding school district. And I know there is dissension among the board, and it makes me sad because I feel like that if everybody worked as hard together as they do trying to be decisive, then so much more would be done for our kids. And I think this has been going on entirely too long. It didn't just start because of a recent posting. As far as I know, it's been going on a long time. And I think it's time it ended. I think the mudslinging needs to stop, the name calling, putting down of people. I think it is appalling. I ask all of the people in this community to try to put bad feelings aside, try to work together, try to make our school better, try to make our community better. And thank you again to all of you board members for all that you do. Feed on each other and gain knowledge from each other because you all have something to give and work together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Adcock. Heather Beausoleil.
Good evening. This is the most I've been up in a board meeting. I have to tell you, my hands are a little sweaty. I'm going to talk about a topic that hasn't been discussed in public forum this evening, and it's going to be about my kids and students and my staff at Mambrino. I asked students before I spoke today, what do they love about our school? And I just want to give you a few of the responses that they had. One little girl said, well, you smell like cupcakes, Miss B.
Another student said, my teachers love me. Another said, I'm safe at school. The food here is the best that I have all week. I wish my school day was longer. And one little boy makes rounds in the cafeteria every single week, and he goes to every adult and he says, I love you, thank you, and if I don't see you before I go home, please drive safe so I can see you again tomorrow. I'm also going to take the opportunity to address my staff because a lot of them are watching. You wake up every morning and make the conscious decision to put your anxiety, exhaustion, personal life, and even your own children second to the job of loving and leading children. You willingly stand before a classroom of children every day and see only their potential. You see their potential beyond their learning disabilities, their home lives, their behaviors, and their academic gaps. You see in them the reason we all became teachers. You see the opportunity to overwhelm these children with love, grace, forgiveness, second chances, hugs, clothing, snacks, a safe haven, because you've had the moment just like I have when those children return 15, 16, 20 years later, and they look at you not as a child but now as an adult, and they look you in the eye and say, thank you for never quitting on me. To those in the public who are uncertain about what is happening in our schools, ask a principal, ask a teacher, ask a student, ask a parent. Those of you who are concerned for GISD and its State of the Union, let me give you the most succinct advice I can give you. The next time you stand at the podium to address the board, please remember that you may see 8, but you are talking to thousands who love our kids. Can I just finish my last sentence real fast, please? Okay, I won't. I'll get up at the next board meeting and continue to thank my teachers. Thank you. Thank you.
Beverly Cheney.
Heather, you stole my line. I just really wanted to tell you all 7 of you, thank you. I know how tough it is to be a school board member. I know the kind of time you have to put in. I know what you go through in public scrutiny, and it's a tough job. But more importantly than that, Dr. Glenn, I want to thank you and all the administrators up here and all these teachers and principals out here who sit through listening. People question why they teach, how they teach, what they teach, when really they just do it because they love kids. And I am so thankful that we are in a school district to have so many people who work here who love kids. And I think the outcome of that is what you heard tonight and what you saw tonight. Happy kids who are succeeding in whatever they try to do because of the leadership they're getting in the school every day. So thank y'all.
Nancy Alana.
There are some here tonight that want you to bow to political pressure. I, for one, just want you to do what is right for kids. You are adults and you were elected to make decisions that improve our public schools, increase student success in academics, fine arts, and extracurricular activities. You were elected to work with the superintendent to move our district forward. However, it seems not all of you quite understood that before you attempted at every opportunity to amplify errors, create drama for personal attention. Public schools work with students from all political backgrounds, from all economic statuses, with all academic abilities, from GT to special ed. One single group or one single person cannot demand that you do exactly as they say because you were elected to do what is best for all students. Horrible schools do not produce successful, high-achieving, scholarship-winning students. GISD has always and continues to produce successful students and run successful programs under the current leadership of our superintendent, Dr. Glenn, and assistant superintendents, Jimmy Dawson and Tammy Clark, all of whom are outstanding educators and champions for our students. GISD teachers and employees are working diligently every day to help students be successful, and they are doing an amazing job. These are the areas our parents are concerned about. They want our children to be safe, and they want them to receive the kind of education and skills that they will need to be successful after high school. And despite all the unnecessary drama brought by a local political group, they are rocking it. Congratulations, you're representing a winning district.
Thank you, Ms. Alana. We thank all of you who came to speak. We held you to 2 minutes because that took about an hour and 40 minutes, I think, and more than that. But we do thank you for coming and welcome your opportunity to participate. At this time, we'll move to the work of the board, which is
Consent agenda.
the action on the items addressed in closed session.
Thank you, Madam President. We have three action items before you. The first is staff recommendations. You have before you not only the teacher contracts, renewals for the upcoming school year, but also recommendations and resignations for this month. I want to thank Wes Jones, as always, in the HR department for the great job they do in preparing the staff report.
Madam President, I move that we accept the staff recommendations as presented to us in closed session.
Have a motion by Mrs. Townsend. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second by Mr. Moore. We have a motion and a second in front of you. All in favor of it, right, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show 7-0 vote.
Thank you, trustees. You also have a request before you. It's a third catastrophic leave request. The committee that Mr. Jones chairs has made this recommendation to trustees. It is our recommendation that you approve as presented.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mrs. Gore.
Second.
Second by Mr. Wimberly. Any discussion? All in favor, show of hands. Let the record show a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Board. And finally, I did get a little ahead of myself during the superintendent's report, but I do need to formally present the findings of the intruder detection audit. Again, this month, Granbury Middle School, Mambrino Elementary, and Acton Elementary were audited. The results of that audit were successful, and there were no findings. So again, thank you to all of our administration and security staff and teachers for the great job that they do keeping our students safe and their continued efforts to keep students and staff safe.
That requires no action.
Correct.
We'll move to the consent agenda.
Madam President, I would like to pull out the budget amendments for this month.
Anybody have anything else they'd like to pull from the consent agenda? The consent agenda tonight is minutes from the February 8th board meeting, February 20th board meeting, February 24th board meeting, March 8th board meeting, approval of the board meeting schedule. Yes. And consider out-of-state transfer, travel requests, consider budget amendments, and I would like to pull the board meeting schedule. Anybody have anything else they want to pull?
You said no.
Ms. Townsend, you want to move on?
All right. First off, I wanted to make a note that because of increases in gasoline and utilities, we're having to pull quite a bit of money
from our instruction and instruction-related services. Just to let you know, it's hitting us here at Granbury ISD, inflation, as much as it is to everybody else. And kudos to Mr. Whitefield and the rest of the superintendent and the principals for figuring out exactly how we're going to pay for that. I'm amazed at how we're able to continue going even with our rising costs. Also, I wanted to point out those people in the community who have donated to Granbury ISD. There's quite a list, so I'm going to go through it fairly quickly. Jeremy and Angela Kirby Electric, giving $600 to the GHS Culinary Barbecue Pits. Kroger giving to AMS Life Skills for grocery supplies, $50. First Financial Administrators giving to the Junior Optimist Club to recognize A and B honor roll students, $300. Optimist Club giving money to the athletic department for Uncrustables to put into the student freezers so the children have something to eat after athletics, $360. Sons of the American Revolution to GHS MCJROTC Student Activity Fund, $200. Midway USA Foundation to the GHS MCJROTC Student Activity Fund for the rifle team, $2,536. GHS Girls Golf Booster Club giving to the GHS Girls Golf Program to aid in expenses for travel, $2,500. Richard Guerrera to the GISD Custodial Department for Outstanding Service Awards, $60. And an anonymous donor to the STARS Academy to aid in travel expenses to San Antonio, $600. This month's total community donations, $6,766. We could not do what we do for our students without our community, and thank you so much for your generosity.
Madam President, as we discussed prior to the meeting, consent agenda item E, which is approval of the board meeting schedule for 23-24. We would actually like to administration would like to recommend pulling that item. We'll bring it back to you next month. The conflict we had was in January. The regular meeting date we have scheduled runs way too close to the holiday break, and it's not going to allow us time to prepare a proper packet and have the necessary budget information we need. So we're actually going to end up likely pushing back 1 week all of the dates from January through June.
So pulling that item, item E, and with the comments, any other comments on any of the other consent agenda items? If not, do I hear a motion?
Madam President, I move that we table the ISD board meeting schedule until next month.
Okay. Do I have a second on that?
I'll second.
Motion to table and a second. All in favor of tabling that till next month, show of hands. Let the record show 7-0.
Madam President, I move that we accept the other agenda items under consent agenda item.
I have a motion by Mrs. Townsend. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second by Mr. Moore. A motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show 7-0 that the consent agenda passes. We'll go to the discussion for action items. The first discussion is to discuss and vote on Region 11 ESC Board Directors, Place 2 and Place 5. Dr. Glenn.
Thank you, Madam President. You each have individual ballots before you. That is a request from the Service Center. So tonight, the first place 2 is pretty easy. Rod Townsend is running unopposed. However, in place 2, you have the incumbent, Dr. Jay Thompson, and Dr. Elaine Edmonds is the challenger. And then you have in front of you their bios. I can tell you, Dr. Edmonds did reach out by email to me specifically, just with the nice letters, kind of explaining similar to what you have there of why she would like that position on the ESC 11 board.
If you would each mark your ballot and questions, comments, sure.
I just needed some clarification. Mike Morath, I was under the impression that he decides the ESC director positions. Can you just clarify that for me?
Yeah, he does decide the director positions. This is for the ESC board, so they have a governing board.
If you will complete your ballot, pass it in to our board secretary. She has an envelope in which to submit them. And that's the only action we need to take on that item. The next item for consideration is approval of the Bronner Kitchen storefront renovations. Dr. Glenn.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, as we have in most years, we have an excess of child nutrition funds. Those funds have to be expended, so we have effort that is required to make sure that they're expended appropriately. This was an item that we wanted to put in place last year. Time didn't allow us to get it done over the summer, and so we're requesting it now, and then the project would begin in June and be completed before the start of the school year. Anything you want to elaborate on, Mr. Whitefield?
No, there were 2 bids that were received in on this. The one that we are recommending is SDB. They were the lowest bid that came in. This does include demo of the existing walls, install storefront with glass walls, and updating the plumbing and electrical to allow for the new appliances that will be put in there. This is, of course, pending approval by TDA. So your approval is kind of leaning on their approval as well, and we have not heard back from them yet.
For clarification for some of the folks in the audience that might not understand our talk about what are we doing at cafeteria there?
Yes, ma'am. We're demoing the existing serving line walls. We're going to install a storefront to allow more students to move to that line quickly, because that campus is it's full, and it's growing.
It's doubled in size since 2018.
Yes, sir. And the new walls and the new storefront will allow them to move students through faster and feed those children at a more rapid rate.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Yes, I have a couple questions for Emmett on this. This was a little new to me, so I'd like to know, in the letter, it said that it was pending approval by the Texas Department of Agriculture, and they were the funding source. What does that mean?
The FAR, the Free and Reduced program that we're in, TDA does expend those funds. They're our revenue source for that funding source. So they have to approve any large purchases, and Ms. Wiley sends that in to them, and they send that approval back to us, because they say that we can only spend our fund balance on equipment and stuff like this, but they have to approve it each and every time.
But by them being the funding source, though, does that mean that if they don't approve it, then we pick up all of this?
If they don't fund it, then we will go back to the drawing board.
Okay, and in there, it said that one of the amounts was $222,368, and the other one was $157,984. Which one is the one?
SDB, they are the lowest bid on that.
Okay, so actually there were 2. You showed both bids and both people?
We show both bids to the board, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I guess that would be probably, I had a whole list of things, but you've covered some of it, so I'm kind of reading through them here. Because we didn't this is a lot of money. We didn't get any scope of work or what it included or what it was. It was just basically a lot of the check mark on the boxes of what they needed to do or not do. What exactly is it going to be, or what will it look like for them? From what I'm understanding, you're saying it's more of a front thing so the kids could go through the line faster?
It will create an addition, and Ms. Whiteley's here, if she could address, I think she can come up and she can tell us what we're doing exactly.
Hello. So right now, there's only one serving line at Bronner, and with the growth that they have, they're needing two to be able to get as many kids through the line faster. So what we're doing is we're removing the wall that is between the kitchen and the cafeteria. There's a lot of wasted space there. If you've ever been there, we're going to remove that. We're going to put up a storefront, so it's pretty much you can see through it. It's kind of like how the middle schools are. It's the glass. And we're going to have it where the kids can come through either side. And it'll allow them to come through the line faster, just because it accommodate the growth. Okay, I understand. Thank you. You're welcome. Anything else? Nope. Okay.
Amy, I have a quick question. I'm not sure if you could answer it or if Emmett does. I understand that the money that we're using is excess.
Yes, ma'am. The fund balance for child nutrition at August 31st was in excess of what we need to carry.
Correct.
And TDA allows us to spend it down on equipment and things like this. But
Okay,
they
so
do
it's
have
part
to
of,
approve it. They even have to
it's
approve
part
the
of the
equipment.
fund balance.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that. Thank you.
And these funds, if they're not spent, they can be recaptured by TDA and pushed off to other districts, so that's why we spend them. Or we have to at least have or we at least have to have a plan in place.
This is part of the plan. This is probably a multi-year plan that we're going through. Going through COVID and, everybody eating for free. For lack of a better word, the state kept throwing money at us, and we were spending it as fast as we could.
Any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that we approve the competitive sealed proposal as the method for purchase and approve SDB Incorporated as the contracted vendor to perform the renovation of the Bronner kitchen storefront with an estimated cost of $157,984.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
Motion by Mrs. Gore, second by Mrs. Townsend. If there are no further questions, if you vote to approve this, show of hands. Let the record show a vote of 7-0 to approve it. I've got to back up a bit. It seems that because there was the contested race in
Seat 5.
Yeah, in seat 5, then we need to, as a board, vote our vote on which of the two candidates. Am I right?
So we vote together as a board for one person? We don't each individually do our own?
I think publicly we need to show how everybody voted.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So why do we do
So all in favor of X, all
Yeah.
in favor of Y. And so that would be Dr. Thompson.
You want me to pass this?
I'm sorry.
Okay, so you have Mrs. Edmonds and Jay Thompson. Elaine Edmonds and Jay Thompson. All in favor of Elaine Edmonds? Show of hands. Let the record show 1. All in favor of Jay Thompson? Show of hands. Let the record show 6-1. The board has voted to elect or cast our vote for Jay Thompson. Now, moving on to C, approval of the new CTE course for GHS, Family and Community Services.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, we'll ask our Director of CTE, Todd Gibson, up to the podium. And I briefly touched on this earlier, looking at programs from other districts and how we can add value and funding to GISD, and Mr. Gibson found a creative way to rebrand a program currently in existence.
So yeah, this is something I've been looking at for a little over a year now. I didn't have all the logistics worked out. My last leader meeting for CTE and CCMR at Region 11, I got to pick the brains of some of our local school leaders in other districts surrounding ours, and this family and community services class seems to be a home run when it comes to adding some context, some substance to our student aid class. Right now, that class generates $0. What this will do is it'll add substance, teach them general employability skills, give them some responsibilities, communication, leadership skills, and at the same time, allowing them to continue to do the job that they've been doing for our school. Eventually, I would love to see that branch out into our community beyond their service at the school.
When my kids were in school, student aid wasn't necessarily much. Are they going to be doing more than just sitting and answering the phone but when the secretary decides to take a break?
That is the goal. That's what I mean by adding more substance. So
Okay.
it will be a class through a Canvas. They won't have necessarily direct teacher contact every day, but there will be a teacher of record that is keeping tabs on all the things that they're doing. So yes, in that downtime that you speak of, they will have tasks to perform. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good.
Just one question from me.
Yes, ma'am.
Explain to me, what is laboratory-based?
So basically, kind of like I alluded to, they won't have a teacher of record. They're not sitting in a classroom setting every single day. They will have a teacher of record, but they won't be sitting in front of that teacher every single day. That teacher will be tracking their attendance, will be tracking their progress through the curriculum and things of that nature.
And Todd, just assuming 95% attendance, what type of revenue will this generate for GISD?
So the last several years we've run at 80 students in our student aid program, plus or minus a few, and that at 95% ADA would bring in about $114,000 into CTE funds.
So basically an additional $114,000 in CTE funding, keeping the program we have in place.
Correct.
Utilizing the same students to take the program.
Yes, sir.
Well done.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
Yes, Madam President, I move that we approve the new CTE course of the Family and Community Services.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any further, motion by Mr. Moore, a second by Mrs. Gore. Any additional comments or questions?
I do have one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if they're going to have a teacher, is that teacher obviously isn't with them? So does that mean that teacher has to have a period set up that they're going to meet with them? Or when is the time that they're going to meet? And are they teaching another class really at the same time?
And all those questions are reasons that I've put it off until now and really diving in. But when I saw the revenue it could generate, it was time to get serious. It will be handled by myself and potentially another CTE administrator.
Okay, so it's not taking away from the teachers
No, ma'am.
that we are
No.
going to have
And
teaching
if we
classes?
have, we're still looking through numbers and forecasting who's teaching what classes. If there are some holes in teacher schedules, they will be assisting in those periods.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor of approving the new CTE course as stated, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show, 7-0. That concludes all of the action items. We'll go to the reports. Dr. Glenn.
Thank you, Madam President. And Mr. Gibson, I'm glad you stayed at the podium.
Yes, sir.
We have our first report tonight on the GHS Auto Tech program.
Do I have control of this? You don't have my presentation. Man, I was going to start with a picture of my beautiful auto tech crew and all their faces. I hope y'all can see that. It's a great looking crew. So our teachers that teach our auto tech program at the high school, they start our freshman year in auto basics, and that teacher is Noe Alarcon. He's been with us for 3 years, great with kids, teaches them the basics of auto mechanics, the tools, and the industry as a whole. Second year, we have a brand-new teacher in that slot, and that is Matt Richardson. He teaches our small engine course, and again, he is straight out of the industry and does very well with our students. Also have Andy Klein. He is teaching our Auto 1 class, which is the first year, junior year, that our kids get to spend 2 hours in the shop and start learning the basics of all the different things. He owned a garage for about 20 years and brings a lot of experience to the table. And last but definitely not least is Mike Beauchamp. He is our practicum in auto tech, and he also picks up some Auto 1 classes. He's very experienced, fantastic with kids, and just so happens to be the Granbury High School Teacher of the Year this year. So shout out to Mr. Beauchamp. This is a lot better presentation when you can see my slides, but you almost there? Yeah? It's okay if you can't. I get it. Looky there. Oh, y'all have them. I'm sorry. Okay, so there's the good-looking crew I spoke of. Next thing, I just wanted to hit on the services that they provide. So they have service since August 1, August 15th, whatever day we started school, over 300 student and faculty vehicles this year. Anything, you can see the list there, ranges from oil changes, tire rotations, brake jobs, timing belts, and the list goes on. I have yet to see them turn any project away. They may once they get it in, but they can do just about anything except for transmission work. Mike said, don't bring your transmissions to him, so. Next slide, just getting into a little bit of the certifications that these kids get prepared for. So last year was our very first year, and we started with our practicum kids. It's 15 students tested, and we had 11 of them pass the suspension and steering exam for ASE certification, and then one student go on to pass the brakes exam. This year, we're about to roll out year 2 of ASE testing, and we have about 40 kids, and we're pushing the test down to our junior level students as well. And we're hoping to go well beyond the other 2 tests and add in electrical systems, engine repair, and so on and so forth. Another neat thing, our seniors, there's about 25 of them in our practicum class, and so far, as of right now, we have 7 students that said that they are going to go on to technical school and have applied, 2 to WyoTech, you can see there, 2 to Universal Technical Institute, a very unfortunate acronym there, and 3 on to TSTC. Sorry, I couldn't resist. And if the next slide shows our numbers in the auto tech program. You can see over the last 5 years, they have more than doubled in our program. And you can see the numbers increasing across the board. And I have to give credit to our teachers that have been in those roles, current and past teachers. They have really built the program up and done a great job with our kids. They've expanded the program. You can see we've got kids going all over the place to continue in that pathway and taking those exams as well. And a shout out to Mike Beauchamp again. He's the one that kind of spearheaded the idea of getting our students out into our industry, local industry partners. I will say that that's a goal of all of our practicum classes. Some lend themselves to doing that easier than others. Auto Tech is one that we are finally starting to push students out. You can see a list of current partners that we have. We've got, again, about 7 students pushed out into the community, spending that class period 4 days a week at those auto shops. And then Mike has made all sorts of contacts throughout the community. I may be missing some on there, so my apologies to anyone watching who said they would love to help our program. We definitely want to hear from you. So, and that's all I've got.
I just want to say thank you for putting this report together. I think it's really important that these community partnerships that we build in the relationship that are giving opportunities to our students for real life experiences that they're going to be able to take with them once they graduate. And could you clarify something for me? When they do take this CTE program, once they graduate, are they certified to go work in
with like Christian Brothers or somewhere like that? Or do they still have some schooling that they still need to continue?
So absolutely, and I think the opinion varies across different dealerships, different shops, but a lot of them want to take a student fresh out of high school and send them to the appropriate trainings that they want them trained on. I know your dealerships, if you're Toyota, they don't want you doing other things. They want to get you young, send you off. I think these general, basic, entry-level ASE certifications, those are great resume builders. It shows that these kids are serious, and it shows that they have that generic, basic knowledge. So yes, absolutely. Mike over at Christian Brothers is chomping at the bit to hire these kids when they graduate, and I could say the same about other places as well.
That's awesome. Thank
Yep.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson.
Thank you.
Stacy Brown, Communities and Schools.
You don't like to go after the Todd father, you know? Wow. All right, you guys, so how are you? Good evening. Since 2018, we have partnered with Community and Schools in order to provide effective extensions of our counselors. Community and Schools helps us to surround our students with a community of support, as well as helping to partner with us to empower them to stay in school and achieve after school or going on to another school. And so on March 2nd, Ms. Clark and I and the principals that have Community and Schools staff on their campuses, we met, and Community and Schools provided us a report on the program that finished up last year for 21-22, as well as the progress of the current year, specific to the 3 categories of attendance, behavior, and academics. And so I know that you guys received a copy of this specifically, and with it being a Community and Schools report, we just wanted to hit a couple of the highlights. And so we have 4 Community and Schools staff members that we partner with. And they, first of all, one of our, Erica Estrada, did I say that right? Erica Espinoza. That's who it is, Erica Espinoza. However, Mr. Estrada was on CHIPS, those of you that follow that. Okay. So Erica is our licensed practicing counselor, and she kind of heads up the Community and Schools, other staff members, and she is at the high school, but she also serves Granbury Middle School, and she also serves Acton Middle Schools. Then we have 3 additional caseworkers, and they are assigned at the high school, the middle school, and at Bacchus. And so through their case management, they have referrals from our counselors, and then they go through and they target students that need additional help beyond what our counselors offer, sometimes significantly more. Including the resources, not only for the students, but the families as well. And so this specific organization really, our partnership really allows us to work with the families as well as the students to do a variety of things. And it could be from, helping with homework completion all the way to getting a child involved with volunteering in their community. And so there's several different aspects that we work with Community and Schools at. So specifically to the 21-22 school year, there were 177 students that were served. And in 21-22, which was last year, we only had 2 specific Community and Schools partnership. We added an additional 2 for this school year based upon the data that we were seeing regarding student at-risk behavior from our counselors, and so we added an additional 2 specific staff members that we partner with. We targeted academics, or they targeted along with us. We partnered specifically regarding academics, and we saw an 86% improvement in academics from failing a class to not failing. That was targeted towards those students, 77% improvement in their attendance, as well as 93% improvement in behavior. So our Communities and Schools partnership has allowed them, with parent permission, to to do some crisis intervention services, as well as partnering with the family to put in place interventions. Specifically for this school year, they are progressing more in social studies, and so there's been a 73% improvement in social studies. They're now passing, 73% more of them are passing social studies, 67% are passing English, 48 in math, and 58 in science. For attendance, because we just added Granbury Middle School, you can see basically the 3-year average that we continue to progress in our average attendance for all of the community and school served students. Okay? All right, how y'all doing? Questions? You good? All right. There is also, Community and Schools provides a behavior assessment tool for pre and post test surrounding specific, specific criteria specific to self-efficacy, self-awareness, engagement, a sense of belonging. And so they work with parents, family members, and students to improve on a scale of 1 to 5. How sure are you that you can do the hardest work possible? So that's self-efficacy. And so they do that specific with a behavior assessment tool. I believe it's the BASC. Again, with parent permission, as well as targeting or partnering with the families, as well as our counseling staff. So you can go through and you can see, and we'll put all of this, we'll ask Community and Schools to make sure that it is anonymous and that we can maintain anonymity before we post it on the website. So they also offer specifically mental health counseling that is specific, again, with parent approval for students that are working with our licensed practicing counselor through Community and Schools. And they have actually had 31 students to date and provided 152 service hours. So a lot of information. I know that the students that they see, they continue to see until they feel like they are okay to let those students go. And right now, it looks like they will have 4 anticipated openings for additional students at Acton, Granbury, and Acton Middle School, Granbury Middle School, and the high school. So, questions about our Community and Schools project?
Stacey, I just want to thank you for a very thorough report. And certainly, mental health is a serious issue, not only facing GISD, but schools across the state of Texas. And we're glad to have communities and schools as a partner. This PowerPoint, is there any way when Lisa puts out board book that we could get it uploaded for the community to see?
Yes, Lisa has it, Davelin's got it, they've all got it. We want to make sure that we...
Get the appropriate redactions.
Correct.
Understood.
And we wanted to make sure Community and Schools gave their full permission since it's their PowerPoint that they shared with us. In talking with our staff, our counseling, our LPC at the high school, the mental health component is definitely something that that they are grateful for Community and Schools in assisting with.
So, and I think from an administrative staff and from a teaching staff, we don't thank the board for their support and helping get this program in place, as well as the LPCs that we have in the district.
Absolutely.
Address this need. So.
This specific partnership comes via our Title IV federal funds, as well as we added an additional 2 positions that is funded federally as well. All right.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Dr. Haley Vernon, Federal Programs Coordinator. Oh, I'm sorry, did I miss one? Yeah, it's Haley.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Dr. Glenn. I'm here to provide the federally required 6-month ESSER 3 update. Okay. And so this began in 2022, and we will begin our extension year next year. And so the grant was funded to safely reopen and sustain the operations of schools, as well as address the impact on the coronavirus pandemic on students. So we were awarded approximately $10.5 million back when this began, and we've expended almost a little over $7 million and have 3.4 remaining funds for this next school year, as well as finishing out the current school year. We've spent these funds, and I categorized it based on the way we have to report this to TEA as well. Almost $40,000 in increased instructional time to students, $1.2 million on innovation in curriculum and instruction, additional services, which is almost $2.2 million, class size reduction, interventionist, special education services, various stipends for our staff, as well as academic enrichment and student readiness programs, and additional continuity of services supports as well. Then we have $1.4 million in infrastructure, which was improving the air quality and the ventilation upgrades, and almost $1.4 million in technology for campus hardware, infrastructure, software, as well as student devices. And then we do have a little over $700,000 that went to indirect costs. And so we are on track to make sure we have all of these items earmarked for the remainder of this school year and next school year to use these funds so that we do not have to give any of the funds back when this program does end. We have provided stakeholder input and consultation throughout this program by having various campus visits and collaboration with leadership teams, having staff's professional development surveys, as well as stakeholder learning recovery surveys to the parents and community members as well, and utilizing the district advisory council as in addition to. So knowing that these funds are coming to an end, even though it's not related to ESSER 3, I do want to let you know that since I've arrived here a year ago in Granbury, what we've been doing and working across various other departments throughout the district to make sure we're still trying to find as many federal fund sources to keep that money coming in. And so we've met and worked diligently and were approved based on input from the business office, technology, and safety and security departments, and have received 2 grant funds, one for $400,000 and one for $19,000, to make sure that some of the federally mandated requirements, we have funding to put those in place for the next coming school years, as well as receiving a $70,000 homeless grant, and that work was helped done with support from Tiffany Rodriguez as well as Christina Sosby to make sure that we're identifying our homeless students and giving them the supports that they need to be successful as well. And then our last is our ESSA or title carryover. Typically what is not spent in one school year, we have to give that money back to the state, and it can only recoup about 15%, which would be a little over $100,000 for this past school year. And so I was able to complete an excess carryover waiver as well as a plan of how we're going to utilize those funds and recoup $815,000 as well. So even though our ESSER funds are slowly trickling away, we have a lot of other things coming through that'll help us support our campuses too. Do you have any questions at this time?
Haley, just for those that that talk about, okay, lose it, use it or lose it. It is my understanding that it will not go back to the taxpayers. It will go back in and be sent to another district. So while we are prudent taking care of our kids, we're not putting an additional burden on the taxpayers. That money has already come out and it would not go back to the taxpayers, right?
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, this is federal money.
Yeah.
And, so the amount of money that the federal government sent schools across the United States, likely our great-grandkids will be absorbing that tax bill. So, you're correct. It's money that we will return. And not only will we return it if we don't spend it appropriately. And that's where Haley does such a good job working with Stacy and Carla to make sure that not only do we spend it in the right categories, that we track it and document it so that if we're audited on these funds, we can show successfully that they were spent in the right areas.
Any other questions?
What exactly is the Silent Panic Alert Grant going to do?
That they call it the SPAT grant. And so what we are utilizing those funds for were technology boosters within the campuses to make sure that when different occurrences happen, that we have the telecommunication and things needed for outside support groups when they come in, such as our police departments, to have their radios and things work within the campuses as well. And the other large was the Raptor, which helps with our drills and the doors and making sure everything is running smoothly for those two. But please, for Emmett and, oh my gosh, sorry, if you want to come and share on any of those two, those were some great sources that we used when we were writing that grant too.
So when you hear ESSER funding, that's COVID relief funding. I know the mayor's in the back. The city, I'm sure, has a different acronym for their COVID relief money. I know the county does as well. But in 2021, when school districts began receiving these funds, the state wisely made us all aware that in 2024 there would be a financial cliff, that if you became so reliant on these funds for personnel or added positions, in 2024, when it ended, you're likely going to face not only a financial cliff, but a crisis similar to what GISD faced in 2011, 2012. And so one thing that Ms. Brown and her team have done a great job of doing is making sure that any funding moving into 2024, we've tried to pull back all of the personnel funding. So we don't have staff that are reliant on these positions, and if they are, they understand through a contract addendum that their position will end at the end of the 2023-2024 fiscal year. But everything else is put into programs to offset costs so that when the funding does end, we're prepared for it. Anything else you want to add, Haley?
Not at this time, unless you had specific questions.
Haley has been a great asset to our team, and
Thank you.
she's very knowledgeable in federal programs, and we appreciate you keeping us compliant.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Whitefield, take us home.
Thank you, sir. Board, in front of you, you have the fund balance report, and it's just a real quick review of where we ended with fund balance and where we're headed with it. What is fund balance? Fund balance is the difference between a fund's assets and its liabilities. The total fund balance is not a depiction of the amount of cash in the bank or investments. Fund balance is a function of the district's operations, thus its revenues exceeds expenditures, fund balances increases, and vice versa. Why is fund balance important? First, fund balance provides liquidity and the resources to fund expenditures. Approximately 89% of the district's revenues consist of local revenues, of which the majority of these resources are property tax collections. The taxes collected in December and January are used to fund the district year-round. Fund balance can also provide resources for financial contingencies and emergency needs. And finally, bond rating agencies consider district fund balance level as a key indicator for fiscal health. At a minimum, the goal of the district should be to maintain committed, assigned, and unassigned fund balances in the general operating fund to equal or exceed 20% of the total annual operating expenses. The 5 classifications of fund balance are non-spendable fund balance, restricted fund balance, committed fund balance, assigned fund balance, and unassigned fund balance. At fiscal year end, August 31st, 2022, the district had a total fund balance of $30,216,632 in the general operating fund. Of this amount, $9,900,000 was classified as committed. The remaining $20,316,632 was classified as unassigned fund balance. At fiscal year end, the unassigned fund balance was equal to 26% of the annual operating expenditures. The general operating unassigned fund balance for this year is expected to decrease, and we currently have currently has $9.9 million identified as committed fund balance, 7.4 in construction, 1.2 in capital expenditures, and 1.3 in other instructional improvement fund. Administration will make recommendations to manage unassigned as well as committed fund balances for district needs to maintain a balanced level dictated by policy and appropriate to maintain an optimum fund balance level for auditing purposes. And that is a quick overview of what fund balance is and what I need to let you know about. Do you have any questions?
And just for clarification, because I know coming from other districts, typically 3 months operating cost is the policy board to go by, and here it is 20% is what was adopted.
That's what's in board policy, yes, sir. Moving on. In front of you, board, you have the financial statements for month ending February 28th, 2023. The statement includes only those transactions that occur between the period of September 1, 2022 and February 28, 2023. Revenue to date collected is 86.43% of the budgeted amount as compared to 80.23% in the 21-22 school year. The expenditures to date represent 52.25% of the budget compared to 46.93% in 21-22. The notable functions in that, if you were to look at that, is in transportation. Ms. Townsend addressed that just a little bit a while ago. In 21-22, our fuel increased by 84% to $570,000 from $310 the year before. This year, it's going to be an additional 49% on top of that. We'll be topping about $850,000 in fuel this year. Since 1920, we've had a 19% increase in supplies and materials for our fleet. So that's in addition to that. And then if you look at Function 51, we've had a 21% increase this year alone in utilities to the tune of about $440,000. So those are the main things in that in the financials. Are there any questions that I could try to address about that?
So I'll tell you, it's a lot of money, and that's one of the reasons we talk to you each summer about the need to budget conservatively, because we don't know what's going to happen with gas. We don't know what's going to happen with food prices, utility prices, but we are certainly in an environment where there is potential for it to go up. So I want to thank Emmett for always being forward-thinking when he and I sit down and have conversations about the budget. Typically, it's pretty easy because he understands that we want to be good stewards and we want to be as conservative as possible to make sure that we never put the district in a financial bind. So grateful for his leadership and stewardship in the business office.
Thanks, sir. And at last board meeting, Dr. Glenn mentioned this, and this is a point that I like to bring up, is that inflation since 2019 is 14.5%. And our basic allotment has not changed since 2019. The last report you have in your board book, board, is the cash investment and cash flow report. You can see that this month of February, we did make $262,653.03 in interest. And I know that having been through this for a year or so, that y'all saw the amounts that we got last year, which were nowhere close to that, and we didn't even meet budget. And we will be bringing another amendment to you again for increasing our budget for investments before the end of the year, once we figure out where it's going. And that's the last report.
Probably to gas.
Yeah. That is the last report that I have for you, Madam President.
Any questions from anyone about any of the reports? If not, Dr. Flynn, anything else?
No, that's all the business the district has tonight, Madam President.
In that case, I call this meeting adjourned at 8:40.
Thank you, Board.